Evening, everyone. Welcome. I'm back with another mapping stream, continuing where we left off last time, mapping for Toon 3 Encore from Map Labs. I'm a little bit nervous about this one. I think this is going to be more of a cleaning up kind of stream. The submission period for Toon 3 Encore has already concluded, so my map is going to be a bonus map. According to the rules, basically everyone needs to submit by the 12th of February, and anything after that, and if we get in before the 16th of February, then that's a bonus map. It'll still be included in the challenge, it just won't be rated against the other maps. And to me, the main point of entering is just to create something and get it out there, so I don't mind so much that my entry won't be judged. I just want to finish something. Today, it's currently February 12th at 8:12 p.m. local time, and I'm ready to start some mapping. Hi Bizzies, welcome back. I created this Trello board to track my progress on the map. A little bit sparse on details. There's a lot more to do than what's listed here. But I'm at a point in the map where it's a little bit awkward because there's a lot of things to do for this map, but anything that there is to do, there's not very much time left in the challenge, because I only have until Sunday to submit this. So it's like anything that I decide to do, I won't have that much time to work on it. And I still need to do some polishing, bug fixing, that sort of thing. So it's very difficult for me to know, like, what should I do next, because there's so little time. I actually wonder if I should update my timer at the top of the stream to reflect how much time is left until the bonus period ends. I don't think the official timer, the official timer has already passed. Some of the things that I wanted to do the remaining few days is working on a V script to have dynamic enemy spawns. That was going to be a feature of the map, but that's something I haven't really implemented yet. I think I need to rotate this microphone a little bit. Am I more audible now? I think that will help. I want an opening text crawl. I originally wanted to have this sequence at the beginning of the map and at the end of the map where there's a TV broadcast, but that's completely out of scope now. I don't think I'm going to be able to get that in time. I also wanted another music track with my dynamic music script. So I wanted to take Abandoned in Place and Hunting Party and split them up into stems so I could use them as a dynamic music piece, but I don't know if I have time for that or not. If I did do that, I'd probably do it on stream here. That might be what we're doing tonight. Let's see, opening TV broadcast, some lighting. Oh, I was gonna have randomized item spawns as well, but I don't think we're gonna do that. I think the soundscapes could be improved, and I wanted to have like random encounters with friendly NPCs in the map, but I think that's out as well. It's in a pretty dire state right now, actually, all things considered. Like, I got far enough to make something, but it's not polished enough to be. Why don't we start by running through the map and seeing if there's anything that stands out as something I need to add to my Trello board. How are you doing today, Vizzies? That's good. Glad. I should also run that script that was posted in the Discord. Fix these errors. I don't know if they have much of an effect. So, as far as the bonus entries go, I don't know if I featured explosions heavily. I mean, I have grenades, I have one puzzle involving explosions, and I have the plane blowing up at the end, if that counts. Your entry makes use of shades of red. That I did. I made sure to make the whole map use red as a motif. Your entry features a playable instrument of some kind. My map has a guitar as a weapon. I don't know if that counts. I did add the guitar sounds to it from Left 4 Dead. And your entry includes a secret somewhere in the level. I do have some weapons that are kind of hidden. I don't know if that really counts as a secret or not. Try it out. Try out this map and see how we're feeling about it. Oh, I forgot to turn on my growing system. That's right. I don't have a name for this map yet. So far, it's just called Airport. I added the UI sound from Left 4 Dead 2 when an infected spawns in and it plays that guitar riff. I added that when you pick up the guitar in the map. I thought that'd be fun. Horrible sounds. Horrible. I think it's a lot worse here than in Left 4 Dead 2 because the swing speed of the crowbar is so much faster. The guitar in Left 4 Dead. I just realized there's technically a soft lock because I don't have infinite ammo yet for that pistol. Oops. I think I'll have to add in. The combat music should end here because all the enemy— oh wait, no, that guy's still alive. Okay. I want to see the combat music end. Still alive. Oh. Okay. I need to fix nav for— wait, okay. Great to do. Make sure that the hound eyes can reach the player. Eyes should— right now they're just standing there. Kind of awkward. Five. Shotgun. This pane of glass is in the wrong spot relative to where the instance is. Fix that. Need to add more enemy spawns too. What's that guy doing? I forgot to look for the F-18 flyover. Happened earlier. Oops. Guy's gun is missing. That's not even worth... let me just fix that real quick. Worth logging on the Trello. These guys, I think, just has an incorrect weapon name. Full. Got a rifle. Guy, should be MP5 Navy, right? Weapon. Fire. Give weapon. Yes, MP5 Navy. How do they transition like their animations like that? Seems weird. That definitely doesn't look right. Hunter. I wish I knew why the soldiers snapped their animations like that. I'm pretty happy with how this area turned out. This looks decent. Going pretty well so far. Oh. Chat, are we cooked? Oh, we are actually cooked. Okay. There's a crash that happens after that explosion, and I'm not quite sure why. I think it might be linked to the particle. I'm going to comment out the particle for now. Yeah, everything was going so well until the end there, and I feel like that was kind of a vibe, and then I crashed the desktop. Um, One thing I really don't like about this map is for testing, I just set it so that the holdout section at the end starts when this zombie dies. That's not a good condition for starting the holdout. It should be like you go over here and one of the characters comes up and talks to you and tells you what's going on, and then you like confirm it, and then it starts. That would be ideal. Maybe you even call on the radio like in Left 4 Dead. But since I don't have time to record voice lines, I'm not quite sure how to handle like the narrative side of it. I should at least have the player have to walk over here before it starts. Hi, Three Codex, welcome. We're just finishing up my Map Labs entry. It's gonna be a bonus entry this time. It's the same entry that I was mapping for in my last stream last week Saturday. So it's set in an airport. It's for Toon 3 Encore. Toon 3. And it's a challenge for making a map inspired by music. Start with this. Yeah. I'm gonna skip Dark Interval just because even though it's a great track, it's just not the vibe. Right here, there's a bottleneck because these nodes aren't navigable. This will help. Great shot here. Node's gonna connect. Hopefully. Remove the glass from these bathrooms. I feel like not gonna show up correctly. Something about the way I'm using instances. I'm not gonna think too hard about it. Do you recommend any good tutorials on the node graph? Because I'm slightly confused. I mostly did Portal 2 modding, only recently started experimenting with human NPCs in other Source games. That's a really good question. I can't think off the top of my head of a good tutorial for node graphs. I know there's a few videos on the subject. I think about this. So it depends on what game you're modding for, first of all, because first, Counter-Strike Go doesn't exist anymore. That's CS2. If you were mapping for Left 4 Dead, that uses the nav mesh, so you wouldn't do the node graph normally for that. But if it's Half-Life 2, which I'm assuming it is, then yeah, you need the node graph. And the video that I would recommend most for it is actually a video that was kind of intended as a dig against me. There's a video by Pinsplash about the node graph in Half-Life 2, and it was his. It was their next upload after the Entropy 02 video. Let me see if I
in the last video, we...
Yeah. So this video, yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm sorry, there's ads. So normally when I'm on stream, I use a blank Firefox that has no, like, you know, no add-ons or anything, no personalization. But we've got ads.
Say it again.
Half-Life 2 and map-based is my current modding platform. That's important information. So yeah, for the node graph, I would start with the Valve developer community reading up their wiki pages on the node graph. I find that's better than video tutorials. I've seen some videos that can be a little bit misleading. Insplash's video goes into a lot of detail. It's not a tutorial, but it's an explanation of how it works. And he goes through it, or they go through it pretty meticulously. Sorry, I'm not...
He wants to go.
Yeah, this video, this is part 2, but this one goes through the mechanics of how the node graph actually works. And I find that kind of eye-opening because a lot of times it's sort of, I think it's sort of mystified for a lot of mappers. They treat it like a black box, like, oh, I know there's nodes and they connect to each other, but I don't know how they work, or, you know, what, how do the actual connections work? How far away do they have to be? What are some of the problems? You know, people don't really know, so it's kind of, it's treated like, oh, it just doesn't work and we don't know why. This video goes through like very meticulously and explains all the mechanics. So it's a long watch and it's not a tutorial, but it'll help avoid some of the pitfalls. As far as like learning goes, I would say the Valve developer community is the best resource. I would say look up the node graph article. My main confusion is in what pattern to put the nodes. That's a great question. I'll get into that in a second, because I've tried it a few different ways and I still don't know what the best answer is, but I think I at least have some experience. So this article explains the node graph. You've probably already seen all of this. This is probably not new information. But yeah, there's this suggested node pattern here. The interesting thing is that the Valve developer community says to use this entrance exit pinch hint type. That hint type actually doesn't do anything in Half-Life 2. We did use it in Entropy 02. I added some code for that, but this hint type actually does literally nothing. And the Valve developer community says use it. It's kind of strange. Anyways, as far as patterns go, let's look at this room. This room, you'll notice, is very sparse on nodes compared with how I usually have very dense node graphs. But you don't need nodes to be everywhere because they can actually connect to each other. I think it's like 768 units away. Is that right? It's like 720, sorry. 720 units is the maximum, which is actually pretty permissive. So if we look at, like, let's say this node, any node that's 720 units away can have a connection drawn to it. So any of these nodes are options. It might even be able to extend all the way over to these nodes over here. So the important place to put nodes is around corners and spaces that NPCs would have difficulty navigating. So if you have an area like this, you want to kind of like hug the edges and kind of trace out the shape of the space with nodes, because that way the NPCs will be able to plot courses around like complicated obstacles. But for big open areas, they don't need as many nodes because they'll be able to use local navigate. Like if the player is like, player's right here, right? There's an NPC here. It doesn't need a node to be right there because it can use its local navigation to say, I'm just going to go in a straight line towards the player. Versus if the player is like over here, it's going to need to pathfind, so it's going to look for like connections between nodes to reach a spot that's close enough. Were you only a level designer or did you do some programming? I'm mostly a programmer and only a little bit of a level designer, actually. So for level design, I mostly did stuff like this where I was helping with like node placement, helping with scripting of NPCs. You know, that kind of thing is more my main focus. I did design a few maps. I did the Chapter 2 maps, Chapter 2 Map 3, and Chapter 2 Map 4. as well as Chapter 4, Map 2A. That's the lake. In fact, you know what? Let's look at the node graph in game a second. Because I was working on that anyway, so that's a really good question. I had a problem where NPCs were not able to navigate this space. And I think the reason was because there was a bad connection between these two nodes. This node was here a little bit, and so the path between the nodes actually clipped the door frame. How's the 2.0.0 update going? Well, I'm here right now, so you can see what I'm doing. And it's not the 2.0.0 update. I think my plan is to get back to it as soon as I'm done with this map labs. So the map labs is going to be the priority right now, and then once that's finished, I'll be able to work on the update a little bit, and then hopefully circle back on the VR mod. There's too many things to do. Finding it really hard to like manage time. Wrong map. Okay, so I'm going to use this command debug system UI to pull up debug options. Then I'm going to turn on nodes and node connect. Now we can look at the node graph. See, there's a bad connection here, so NPCs actually wouldn't be able to get into this room. It would be bad if there was like a hound eye here. Yeah, that hound eye is not going to be able to get to me because there's a bad connection there. So in this, never mind, he got me. Okay. So he was able to pathfind around using this node, but this connection is bad, so I should have a node here that is able to complete that path. I'm guessing the reason why these paths are invalidated is probably because the trace is clipping on these edges. It doesn't look like it should be, actually, but it must be. Yeah, he was able to, since this path was broken, the hound eye ran over here, and it found a path, do that exactly. Get local nav somewhere and then down this path. Try that again, actually. Make a hound eye, right? He goes over to that node and then down here. Yeah. Here's another broken connection because I added in this barricade later on, but there's no NPCs that can navigate there right now. There's also no connection here. I'm seeing a lot of problems in my node graph already. Fix that real quick before we move on. Nodes here. Few nodes hugging the wall. Complete those missing connections. Okay. And I also wanted one. That will make sense. This one will connect here. Maybe connect there. That might be too far, actually. That'll connect. That can funnel those connections in. Gotta go. Good luck with the map. Yeah, thanks for stopping in. And I appreciate the question about the nav mesh, or the node graph rather. It's relevant to what I'm working on right now on this map. These connections still don't work. Did I rebuild? That doesn't look like how it looks in Hammer right now. Oh, okay. I didn't rebuild. He's still not able to navigate to me. F-18s. Like you should be able to. Connection there. Connection. Maybe doesn't fit the hull. Eyes are just silly. I think I need to replace this with some shelves that take up less space. I think that's, yeah. I know there's commands to edit the node graph live. I've never actually used them. I think problem. Backaways. You get less likely to get stuck on the door. Still pretty tight. That again. Word. One more time. F-18s. Yeah, those hound eyes still don't want to navigate to me. What's wrong with the graph? Maybe, okay. What if I make this no collision, right? And then I put a NPC clip in the middle of it, block out a little bit of the space, and I put a player clip around it to make it better. Yeah, that doesn't look good. I still don't know why. Ooh, broken connection there. I don't know why the map crashes at the end. That's concerning. Figure that out. Let's some bad node connections first, real quick. If it works, it works. Yeah, exactly. So this is gonna be a little bit ugly. Let's we're gonna do what we have to do. Player clip. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I don't like doing this because I think it might mess with, like, if you shoot it, then there should be surface properties applied to the model. I think if I do this, it won't do that. Um, maybe even just like a regular clip, like a. Oh, but items will probably pass through this. Problematic. Is there a clip brush that works for everything except? Tool brush. Clip brush that works for everything except NPCs. Yes, block bullets is what I'm looking for. It blocks no, it blocks NPCs. There's one that blocks like physics, but not NPC. I might just have to make it a funk brush and have it ignore hound eyes specifically. Try it. All right. Before I retest that, I'm going to finish the map and see if it still crashes without the particle enabled. Looks like they're shooting at me. They're in fact not shooting at me. I should have like a voice line where they're like, hey, over here. You know, so it's clear that they're friendly. It's not clear at the moment that they're friendly. I wonder how many players are just going to start shooting at the soldiers, especially since I used the bad guy Black Ops model from my map, The Good Shepherd. Anyone who's played that map is going to assume that they're bad guys. And it's really just asset reuse. Had some skybox fog. It's so cool seeing everybody fighting together against the Combine Hunters. I wonder if there's... Okay, so here's a design... Ooh, what just happened? Oh, man. That crash was so bad, I might need to rebuild the source code and get a crash dump. That's really bad. Yikes. What could have even crashed? Was that something Hunter related? Was it like too many particles? Wasn't the aircraft that time? Something like in the map. Oh man, that's really bad. That's like my least favorite kind of bug to have to deal with live. Now, okay, so we do have a bug fixing period. Explosion, perhaps? That's actually a really good call out. It could be particle related. Maybe someone threw a grenade. Vizzies, do you remember if anyone was throwing a grenade when the crash happened? It could totally be explosion related, but I'm not sure how to fix that because we hid the particle for the aircraft exploding. But I think there's more particles in the skybox. But like, why would that even crash? It's not that many particles, considering how many particles there can be potentially. Man, that's scary. Might not be able to do anything about that right now. Might actually need to recompile the source code and get a crash dump. Those are the kinds of issues that kill releases, you know? You guys think this map should be called? I realized I don't really have a good name for it. The working title is just airport, not the name of the map. I was thinking about calling it something to do with a layover, which is kind of funny because the first 7-hour war map that I made in 2017 called The Last Commute. I actually shouldn't place this flush because this is a prop dynamic resupply, so it should be probably floated above the surface a little bit, and then gravity will take hold anyways. My other map was The Last Commute. This being something like the 7-hour layover or something like that would be kind of funny. It's not related to the song. The song is called Let It Happen, or one of the songs that I was inspired by. But I don't think that works as a map name. Ignore that crash for now. One thing I need to do is add autosaves. I've been really bad about that this time. Autosaves are so easy to forget for some reason. Important. Gotta go. Oh, thanks for watching, Vizzies. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Is that emoji? Oh, it's crying. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be streaming on Saturday for a little bit too. So if you want to see how the map is going then, hopefully there will be a little bit more progress. The music to start sooner. Maybe as soon as you open the door, that would make more sense. I always think that music should start kind of randomly during play, but actually, I think having the player press E and then that starts the music better. More of a direct cause and effect. What I want to do is actually have more manhacks spawn in to attack the player. Manhacks come from up here, attack these guys down here first. Problem is those guys can take care of themselves, so that none of the manhacks actually reach survivors over here. We have manhacks coming in like have a second man. Second manhack spawner over. 2 many manhacks. 5 manhacks. 'Not super familiar with how manhacks use air nodes exactly. These manhacks are marked to use air nodes, but it's like they kind of still use ground nodes. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I'll reduce the number of manhacks spawned in the skybox because I added 5 more there. In fact, maybe Hacks should actually be in a squad with the hunter instead of being a squad with Hacks. I'll see how it goes. Auto save. Um, I just realized we have an ad break, so I'm gonna take a quick pause. As the ad starts, I'll take a pause. Okay, I'll be right back. Back. Sorry about that. I'm going to take this opportunity to update the timer because the timer is actually says 0 because it's for the period, but I want the February 15 at 8:09 p.m. Why is it 8:09? You'd think it would be like a whole number. Three a.m. UTC. Three or wish I had their font choices. White text on dark gray with pink highlights. I think I got it. Let's try this. Does that look right? That looks about right. So we have 2 days, 0 hours, and 43 minutes, 3 seconds. No pressure. Pressure at all. I'm going to try retesting with those tweaks I made to the nav mesh node graph. I keep saying nav mesh now, as if this was a modern game. All right, let's give this a shot. guys still aren't running towards me, so there's probably still a node graph issue. What the issue is now, it seems like they should be able to navigate. Still a problem. Or that for now. Oh, it's because there's no connections here. I just realized. Okay. Also a broken connection there. I wonder how you edit nodes in game with the console. I know there's a way to do that. I've never actually tried it, believe it or not. Yeah, I need a few. This one from the. That's probably still. Also, we'll make sure that all of the hound eyes are facing away from. They won't right away until you. A little bit of stealth. A lot of eyes. Try that one more time. They wander around, don't they? This is a way to get the hound eyes to not wander their original spawn locations. I don't think they can get through there. An arrow of a gap. I knew what their hull size was exactly. It was local navigation. Apparently can't move through. I think I just need to make this base wider. I need to maybe use different shelves in here or something. too many of the toilets have items in them. It's not plausible that that many people would leave useful supplies behind in a bathroom. I don't have enough weapons in this run. Crashed again. I think it's something to do with the hunter. A little scary. Um, back to what all physics prop, but PCs will ignore it. Dino Crisis 2 on Good Old Games. Oh, how is it? Diablo 2 I've heard of. I thought that was on Steam. Weird. What makes it weird? Yeah, it used to be exclusive. Yeah. New room? No, I'm just rearranging the freezer because having that big pile of food in the middle, I just didn't work. Need to find some good props for like. There are a lot of really props. Well, this is aperture. I don't think I need that prop. I think I go with just regular can. Maybe I should have pumpkin soda. Maybe I need more whimsy. I will go ahead and say that this was already looted, so that's why it's going to be empty. There we go. That'll be fine. Yeah, the kitchen was already there. Actually looks better. This is actually narrower than it was before. I don't think it will matter because these are physics props and they're marked as ignore nav. Favorite Half-Life song? Yeah, I like this one too. Let's see if this is better. Light is inside these. Bad. Excellent Half-Life track. Thankfully not overtly overused in custom maps either. That's a good point. Why isn't it overused? It's like I don't know if I've ever used Last Legs, and I remember it very clearly from episode 2. Kind of a wonder that Half-Life maps avoided Doom syndrome with its music. Yeah, I don't know. There's some tracks I hear a lot in custom maps, but others not too often. So welcome in, Captain Haxray. I'm desperately trying to finish my Dune 3 bonus map. Last Legs is a bit too tied to its original set piece. Yeah, if it didn't have like the car and hunters and striders, I just wouldn't feel like it would fit. That was horrible. I feel like just the meme of using the guitar as a weapon is worth submitting this map on its own. Okay, it works. I think. No, it doesn't. Let's see the damage. These connections look a little sketchy. Oh, wait. Did I not recompile? Yeah, there we go. My bad. I jumped the gun. I'm just gonna no-clip so we don't have to be subjected to that horrible sound again. Now they're gonna charge me because they can through. Using debug mode? Yep. So if you type in debug system UI, you get the debug options. You can click nodes or show connect. These guys got stuck. We're gonna need to have them ignore some of these tables, I think. Yeah. I'm dead. It's looking better. Okay. It's an improvement. These two tables in particular are gonna mark as ignore nav. They will just charge right through them. I'm also going to go ahead and change the mass scale. 5. I'll even make the chairs even lighter. So I want the hound eyes to just kind of like barrel through these, which will look kind of funny, I think. This is an original Half-Life 2 tool, or is it a modding tool? No, it's not part of map base. It's original to Half-Life 2. The debug system UI, I mean. Something you can always use that. Same thing over here, where just the middle tables are going to get enough props. They're going to be lighter for the sake of having these hound eyes just charge straight through them. Try it. Kind of looking forward to this. C2 Hound Eye doesn't do damage. Was the damage value set? There's a convar for the damage. I think that would be SK Hound Eye damage. Here. SK Hound Eye damage blast. If SK Hound Eye damage blast isn't set, then it won't do any damage. Gun. Still rebuilding lights. Sure, Doom Syndrome was self-explanatory, but people will absolutely refuse to play any Doom map that has Running from Evil as the soundtrack. Really? Wait. Doom Running from... I typed in Doom Running. The top search suggestion was Doom Running on Pregnancy Test. The funny thing is, I don't even remember this soundtrack being used a lot. I guess I haven't played a lot of custom maps for Doom. Despite being a perfectly fine soundtrack, people will get incredibly angry when they hear it. That's funny. Are you at the stage of fixing bugs now? Oh man, I wish. Yeah, this entire map labs has really not gone to plan. It's interesting comparing this to Mechanophobia, because when I was working on Mechanophobia, I felt like things were not going smoothly. I felt like I was behind, like I was running out of time. Oh, I wish I would have done this better. The funny thing is, compared with this map labs, that was so well planned out and well executed. Now I feel like I did a really good job with Mechanophobia. This map labs, by comparison, is kind of a... I've just been so scatterbrained. I'm all over the place. Kind of like how the airport looks. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I wish I could have spent more time detailing it. I've been kind of fighting the clock the whole time. Way to get the hound eyes to stop wandering. Like wandering. Oh wow, he just jumped over that counter. Wait, can hound eyes jump? If I give them jump capabilities. What happens if I let them jump? Seem very agile now. I don't know if there's anywhere where I can really test them being able to jump. These hound eyes really hate those tables. Surprised they don't have like an antlion guard-esque thing in their AI package to let them run through props. Why don't they? Actually, that's a fantastic idea. Is like, okay, zombies have a, what what is it called again? I'm drawing a blank right now. I'm sorry. I'm having total streamer brain. There's a feature where if crashing, crash bugs are really bad. There's a feature where certain NPCs, if they're blocked by a prop, they'll attack it to get it out of the way. Zombies do that. Metro cops do that, and I guess antline guards probably do that too. And in Easy 2, Blixabon added it for bull squids and gonomes. I want to say it's called obstruction behavior, where if there's like a physics object in the way, they'll attack the physics object. Hound Eyes should have that because they have their sonic blast. I mean, they're like practically made for it. They could just hunt any prop that's in front of them out of the way and keep running. Makes sense, really. Nodes on the table. Why will be obvious soon. I'm gonna take a risk. Say, what if Hound Eyes all have the capability to jump? What if? Seems like worth dropping a suggestion to Blix. I actually made the Hound Eyes now that you mention it, because it's like I know it's the code that was in the Source SDK 2013. We have it in Easy 2 as well. Who fixed? Did I do that? Was that me? I don't think that was me. At least not the Map Labs version. But yeah, no, that's a good. I think it's a great suggestion because that would make the Hound Eyes a lot more dynamic. Zombies eat props in their way. Yeah, they can also they can punt things towards the player, or they can just like swat them out of the way. They're two different things. Also, do Hound Eyes have a way I can disable them wandering? Notice they wander. I really want them. State none. These should actually be sleep state. Waiting for. There's a way to stop them from wandering. You do that in VScript, I bet, but that's not worth the time. I want to have some slumped zombies around, like have a slumped zombie in the bathroom. But I always forget how to do the setup for that. I know there used to be a prefab for doing it with scripted sequences, but that's actually not the best way to do it. As of the episodes, the best way to do slumped zombies is with an act busy. I feel like I always get the setup slightly wrong with the act busy. That is zombie. If I had time, adding Zombine and then giving them a skin so that they're like Counter-Strike soldiers instead of Combine soldiers, and then giving voice lines. Alas, that's an entire stream's worth of work that not have. Zombies look head crabless in the modding tool. Yep. Yeah, in Hammer they don't have the body group turned on for the head crab, so that's normal. Oh, it'd be so cool to have a slumped zombie right here. Need to get an act busy set up just for that. Sometimes I send Discord messages and then you regret them. I don't recommend that usually, especially not if it's like a personal message to somebody. Whenever I get a message and then I see that it was deleted later, it always just makes me curious. If it's in a channel, then maybe it's doing. There's a few different directions we can go, and all of them are going to take a lot of time. I could work on the dynamic enemy spawn script. I think that's kind of important because right now the combat is very light in this map. There's supposed to be more combat than what there is currently. I need an opening text crawl to explain the context. That mostly, I think I'm going to copy that from Mechanophobia, but I think I want a different font, but I'm not sure yet. That'll be tough. And then I also want to add a new music track, which will take a long time. You guys want to have an Audacity stream where I'm just editing music in the stream? Because, by the way, I don't know anything about audio, so this might be very rough. I'm not going to be doing this correctly or the right way or the best way to do it. But I'm not sure which of those three things I should pursue. Question related to Half-Life lore: is there journalism disguised as propaganda with Breen interview? Are you talking about like Half-Life Alex was gonna have some Breencasts that were cut from the game, and I think were kind of like interviews. But I don't think there's any interviews in Half-Life 2. There's just the Breencasts. Dr. Breen will read. Yeah, there's the book. I should start with the opening text crawl. Right now, it starts without any context, and that's not good. How did I set up this text? I think mostly it was done. There's like a teleport destination for the player instead of a starting point. Kind of like that. Overcharged mod Houndai model looks like the one you're using. Yeah, I think that's the one from Dota. So that might actually be in common between the two. I'm not sure. Maybe they made their own. I don't really remember, but I know that Dota 2 has a Houndai-like enemy, and I think that's where Overcharged got their Houndai. I think that's where MapLabs got their Houndai too. Don't quote me on that. Could be wrong. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the book? Yeah, I saw that in Half-Life Alex. It jump scares? I don't think that's the kind of map that this is. Opening up Mechanophobia just to see how I did the text crawl there. It was just a bunch of game text entities. That's kind of funny. I had a relay that fired all of it. I think I'm going to do something very similar for this map. not sure what you mean. I like the world building in Half-Life Alyx. The one thing I'll need to copy is, oh, this overlay. I'm not going to have a title card for this map, I don't think. So probably I will just hide this. The Houndai in Dota? Yeah, there is. I'm not a Dota player, but let me look that up a second. Dota 2. Right. I can't find it. I think it's called the Courier. According to the Combine Overwiki, in the April 24, 2013 patch for the test version of Dota 2, an incomplete Houndai Courier model was added to the game. The model is based on its appearance from the original Half-Life with a barrel. The update included a normal and a flying variation. I guess it was never actually in-game. It was in an update, but it was unused. I wonder if I can change the font color of these. I think a yellow font would look better than the green font for this. Maybe an orangish color. I don't really have an opening text crawl written out. Valve seems really hesitant to do overtly crossover stuff with their other games. Yeah, it seems like, I don't know, it changed a little bit. Because like in Portal and Half-Life 2 Episode 2, of course there were crossovers, but then, like ever since Left 4 Dead, they try to like keep everything kind of separate. They labeled an HECU gas mask for Pyro as incompatible because it was a heavy Half-Life 1 reference, but it would allow more indirect references. Don't they have pretty direct references in TF2? I actually don't remember. Is there currency? I think they have some kind of a credit system. But maybe the citizens barter among themselves. I wrote a text crawl just now. I didn't have much time to think about it. What happens if I just run this as is? I didn't really... so I don't have overlays. I don't have music. Oh, I do have the music. It won't play though. Let's try it. Is the water flavored ration food or drink? It's food. It's water flavored. Not actually water. It's just water flavored. So I think the that article in Half-Life Alyx about Dr. Breen was actually pre-war. I think that was before the 7-Hour War. That was just like a sort of Times article about Dr. Breen. See how this looks. Okay, so might work. Right, okay, wait. There's 2 player starts. Info player start. Let's see if this intro text crawl even makes sense. My webcam is in the way. No, not like this. The music for this. I think that's decent for something I wrote just now on stream. So I think it's waiting for the title card, which I don't have. It's gonna teleport me. Second. Any second. Microphone working? Just a second. I do question how there's even a flight waiting to leave with the state of the airport. That was something I was worried about from the very start of the map. I had to kind of just like hand wave that. I missed an important entity. Hand waving in progress. Yeah. Like what, like probably the way it would work would be they would just have people board the plane like out on the call it like out on the actual airstrip. Oh, this is what I'm missing. But oh well, it was easier for me to map it with you waiting at the terminal. So that's what I did. I'm gonna try not to overthink it. And this map is not going to have a title card because I don't know what the title is yet. Title card, Invincible. Yeah. What do you guys think I should call this map? Right now, I'm thinking of calling it something about a layover, like the layover, the last flight. It's like the last commute. That was another map that I made. Our solo. I should just. Well, what if I did get a title card? That'd be kind of cool. I will leave the possibility of a title card there. I also think that the player getting hurt has to wait until after they get. Probably I will. I should mention on here that you are injured. Guitar Hero? No. What's funny is I never actually use the guitar after I get the pistol. I should add more like head crabs in the map and stuff so you actually use the guitar. How did the text roll actually? Badly hurt. You're. Try this. Myself out of the way here. John Producer. I think it's important that I mention who the player is because people are going to think that you're Dr. Brain because I used a Dr. Brain model for the player. You're supposed to be a guy. Supposed to be the guy from the music video for Let It Happen. Title card would be showing up right now if I had one. This is where I'd put my title card if I had one. That's actually kind of cool. I really like how the guitar like riff plays when you pick up the guitar. Green escapes from his garage band during the 7-hour war. I don't know why the screen will just randomly flash red after I set the player's health. This looks like kind of crappy, but like good enough that I'm happy with it. You know what I mean? I need more detailing, like stuff right here and stuff here and like signs and whatever. For the amount of time that we had, I'm quite satisfied. Back. I'm gonna try to play through it one more time. I'm worried about those crashes. I've been mostly ignoring them because I don't know if that's the kind of bug that I'm gonna be able to fix on stream. Not that there's something that should be ignored. The crash bugs are the most important, right? I should have some more enemies spawn behind you when that happens. I've seen way worse submitted to Map Labs, Gmod Workshop, Half-Life 2 Workshop, or full-length mods. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, also there's a soft lock if you use all your ammo. I just realized. Man, that's not good. I'll have to do something about it. The hound eyes just died. The hound eye is stuck on a table. Come on, man. That table is a problem. Probably have some slumped zombies like kind of waiting behind things here. Add more combat without increasing the space. This is a very small map, really. When you think about it. Delete that one table and see how it goes. Yeah, no, that's actually not a bad spot. Aging gameplay. Opening every stall. Come on. That's just kind of pathetic, actually. Come on. You can do better than that. Is he even stuck on? Flipped into the... Oh well. There's me, John, music producer. I like how he looks with the pistol. I wish I had some way to slow down the player over there. Oh, I had an idea. I want to actually manhacks spawn too early, right? I actually want the manhacks to spawn at the same time as the hunters. I'm just gonna go ahead and make the hunter and the hex spawner have the same name. Producer with a lot of guns. Picked up all the guns everybody else dropped. It's basically a battle royale game. The citizens probably have a lot of Citizens probably have a lot of dialogue lines that reference like Half-Life 2 things. But I haven't heard any yet, so I'm not gonna sweat it. How it's done. I wonder what's crashing the game. I'm worried that it's about to crash just now. I want to make more maps like this, guys. It's like that, like, Half-Life 1 time period with all the chaos, the disaster stuff. feels kind of fun. I don't know. I'm vibing with this. There he goes. Oh, poor guy. I don't think the particles were what was crashing the game. It's hard to tell. The game hasn't crashed yet. Name of the map is Airport. I want to have the surrender happen at the end, but I don't know how to make that happen. You guys think, there's no easy way to ask what I'm about to ask. You guys think that the script for the surrender from Hunt Down the Freeman is, like, copyrighted? Would it be unethical to, Hi, Rukia. Thanks for following. That's a familiar name. Is that's, didn't you used to follow Stashy? You remember? I'm sorry, it's been a while. Yeah, I've returned. Nice. I thought so, because I just posted a link in Stashy's community. I didn't mention it yet on this stream because I've been focused on the map labs, but Stashy has her graduation on Sunday. That'll be something. It's just weird that it's like deferred by 2 years, you know? It's like I have this weird feeling that when the stream starts, it'll be like we're all just transported back to 2023, and we get to basically go back to 2023, get closure, and then finally we get the good ending where Sniffy Leaf gets to have her grand debut. Really excited about it. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, I'm sorry, I'm probably speaking gibberish. Basically, one of my friends who used to stream is coming back after a really long hiatus to send off her stream character, and then she's gonna start a new channel, basically. Make plane explosion. So that's the thing, John Doc. Let me show you. I've been having these random crashes, and I was worried that the crashes had to do with the particle system. So I disabled the particle for the plane explosion. But what it's supposed to look like is like that. Like it's gonna have this huge explosion. I I kind of want the plane explosion. I'm just worried that the particle system might be the cause of the crashes. If the particle system is the cause of the crashes, then I might need to remove that. But we'll see. What kind of plane is this? I'm not sure, actually. The plane is from Left 4 Dead. I'm using a lot of assets from Left 4 Dead. So, Rukia, this is called Map Labs. It's a Half-Life 2 mapping challenge. We're given a limited amount of time and a theme, and we have to make a level for Half-Life 2 within that amount of time. I'm actually past the end of the time, but I'm creating a bonus entry. The rules look like this, called Tune 3 Encore. And so this challenge is about taking a song and being inspired by it. This map that I'm making is really inspired by Left 4 Dead, as well as the song that I picked. So I'm using a lot of assets from Left 4 Dead, because since it's also made by Valve, we're allowed to use assets from Left 4 Dead. When the gunship destroys the flight, the massive explosion knocks the player unconscious, and people are being executed by that. That's actually a really, really good idea. Like, have like a Call of Duty-esque, you get knocked out, and then you're like in first person, you're on the ground, you can see these things happening. It's almost like the scene in episode 2 where Alex gets hurt by the hunter. It would be a lot like that. I don't have time, obviously, to do that, but that would be kind of cool if I did. It'd be pretty cool. Like, okay, so if I was going to try to actually record the Combine surrender, What do you guys think that would sound like? For some reason, the place that my brain went immediately, and I don't know why this is. I don't know what possessed me to think this cursed thought, but even though I'm very against mentioning or bringing up the dreaded game Hunt Down the Freeman, I just thought of the surrender from Hunt Down the like that's so like in people's minds. I'm thinking if I got my friend to voice a similar sounding surrender to that one, that would be kind of funny and would get the idea across very clearly. Um, for one thing, I don't want to use the exact script because that would be stealing somebody else's work, let alone stealing from Hunt Down the Freeman. All things. Also, I think that's giving them way too much credit. I don't even want to get into why I don't ever like bringing up Hunt Down the Freeman, but I don't know. That's the only thing that came to mind. I'm like, how else do I execute the Combine surrender in like 2 days at Map Labs? And DM'd my friend and said, "How well can you imitate George Bush?" Would Bush have even been the president? Like, we don't know if it was like he would have to be, right? That was 2000, and this is after 2000. I know there's a lot of contention within the community about exactly what date Half-Life 1 takes place in. I like the idea that the president in Half-Life is like a fictional president, not a real president. But I am curious, like which president would Half-Life have been if it was in our universe? I need a this prop doesn't have any physics. So I feel like I'm losing the plot a little bit here. What do I want to do next? So we have our opening text crawl. I'm pretty happy with the opening text crawl. We'll mark that as done. The credits, I still need to. The credits are good. I need to credit Blix for giving me the C-Arms compatible versions of the Counter-Strike source weapons. And I'll probably need to credit some other creators too. I didn't get very much help with this one compared with last time, so I don't think the credits will be as long. Um, I'm still trying to think of a good title. Guys, I have never been this far into the creation of a map without having a title. That's crazy. I know there's sometimes where it took me a while to find a good title, and there's been multiple times where I've changed the title during development, but I've never just straight up not had a name for a map when I'm almost ready to submit it. That's crazy to me. I don't know why I've been so disorganized for this challenge. Also, Rukia, I'm sorry that you were poor and jobless in 2023. It sounds like maybe things are going better in 2026. So if so, I'm happy for that. I don't know if I really want to go back to 2023. there's some good times and some bad times, you know. I'm more looking forward, you know, but looking at what's in front of me. But I want to go back to 2023 on Sunday. You send off Stashy. So now I have to choose, do I dare try to cut up another music track for dynamic music, or do I want to try to write a script for dynamic enemy spawns? Both of those are big tasks. I don't know if I'll be able to finish them on stream, but we're going to do our best, and I think I'm going to start with the music one. This might be a little bit embarrassing because I'm live on Twitch, and I'm going to be using Audacity, and I don't know how to edit music. I've never, like... I'm like not like with any level of skill. I know how to use Audacity, the tool, like a blunt instrument. Like, well, we'll do our best. Well, that's been the theme. That's been the running theme of this challenge. I'm like, you know, I did my best. I have a job now. Yeah, I was working as a sysadmin. Oh, cool. For a university library, and then I moved to work for an IT company. Do aviation IT on contract for an airline. Oh, that's fitting for the stream. And that's super cool too. So I'm really happy for you. Hopefully it's a good job. Hopefully you like it. So the process for the dynamic music is that I take an existing music track like this one, and I want to split it up into stems, an intro stem, an outro stem, and then a bunch of looping stems. And then I can group the looping stems into like different sections, and then I can switch which section is playing programmatically in the game. Like when an enemy sees you, it'll switch to the combat section, that sort of thing. It's hard to do. When we did this for Entropy 02, Spencer actually made the stems himself. So Spencer is the composer. He knows how to properly produce music. That's not what we're doing today. What we're doing today is we're going to butcher the Half-Life 2 soundtrack with a cleaver. I work full remote, so pretty good job. Nice. Oh, that's good. I'm happy for you. I'm remote too. Part of this is even the intro, right? Because like I feel like this whole thing is kind of, it just kind of jumps into the middle. I feel like this is gonna be a new section right here. That could be a section. I'm just gonna be listening to the whole track first. Hard to split up because it's all kind of, I don't want to say it's all the same, but it doesn't have as much like movement as the other track that I used. Oh, this part is different. Maybe that could be like the ambient part. Sure yet. I'm not sure how I want to do this. I don't know how to, for example, I don't know how to do cuts on the beat. And that's something that's causing problems for my dynamic music tracks, is that I would ideally like it to like wherever the tracks get cut is on the end of a beat, so it's like consistent. And then it transitions smoothly, but I don't know how to do any of that properly. Okay, so what am I doing? Start by just making splits on like major like transitions between. So that's not how I did the last one, but I think that'll be better. Like there's this section at the end, and then there's like the outro. Right here, this is a perfect spot to cut. Right there, that's where I want to cut it. So, but I think I can go ahead and make this part just the outro. You know that's the outro. Surprising. There we go. There's the outro. For audio. ELVX Song 25 is the name of the original, called outro. Wave. Sample rate is necessary for source. Oh, we do want to squash it to. Do we want to squash it to mono? Usually I think every sound effect is mono because Source Engine handles the stereo. Since this is music, actually maybe we do want it stereo. Leave it be. Ending. Outro track. So there's like a big section here. What is this? This is the part where it's mostly just like the percussion. It's like the last big section. Kind of gets quiet. Maybe I'll end up using that as my non-combat version. That cut section. What is that? Oh, I like that. That might even be the non-combat part. Where it goes. Ooh. The technical term. Where to split it. I'm gonna need to do this for one more track at the end. Splice this together with Hunting Party, different track. That can be my non-combat stem. Will be the intro part. Bro. Song 25, I believe. Wish my night shift was over. It's so boring today. Is it a long shift? 4 hours to go. Yeah, sorry, this stream isn't at a super exciting point right now either. Since I'm editing the music, this isn't something I would normally do on stream. This map lapse has been a little bit different. Fine. That's good. Appreciate the company. Okay, so this is gonna be the mid section, but I have to split it up into smaller stems, I think, so that I can transition. Generally, I'm gonna call this section A. Start with E. That one only will have one. Song 25. Id 1-1. Be split into multiple, or will this all be one? Start with making it all one. I can split it up more later. In fact, maybe I'll do that with all of them. I will just make them the sections that they are now, and then I'll add more sections. And I can start scripting when I get it in game. Okay, so I should probably split these into more tracks, but let's start by just scripting it as it is. I'll take these. Find replace stuff here. Wrap will place. LVX song 28 will be 5. I think I actually accidentally. For now, I'll comment out one. I think. Now I'm going to take a script wrap and call it abandoned place. Place. Uh, sections. He was going to be our non-combat. in C will be combat, and then that part. The E section is best for the combat loop. Maybe I'll do everything except for B will be the combat loop. Combat loop is X0 of our mid tracks. All makes sense later. Probably doesn't make a lot of sense right now. Well, okay. So I still haven't added in the hunting party part yet. I will. This logic script here. Place music. Oh, output that we need to call to the end. I think this should basically, that music should stop when you go through, say, check area. Get in here, then it will start the. And not give it enough time, actually. So when you enter this. This one. Start when. The new music. Test it out. A little quiet. Sorry, I'm quiet. I get kind of focused. It's something I find more difficult about doing productive streams like this one, as opposed to like gameplay streams. Gotta figure out what kind of music I want for the text crawl. This definitely needs music. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the current music. That'll play the outro as soon as the intro is done. And we'll try out our new music. That intro first. Oh, there's the outro. Now that music is over. Then we're gonna do our new music. Bass. Quotable start. So this will transition from our intro track to our non-combat track. There it goes. That was a surprisingly smooth transition. Oh, that was a bad Oh, that's a bad loop. Ooh, I don't like that. That's the whole loop? Oh, that's nasty. What am I gonna do about that, guys? It's a really nasty loop. This is kind of ironic because the song that I was inspired by has this part where it like catches like that, kind of loops. That part sounds good. There we go. That was a pretty good transition. And it's gonna loop really horribly. There we go. That's better. Waiting for it to get to the non-combat part. Maybe that stutter is okay. Maybe I'll say it's inspired by the song, right? I wonder what the file size of this add-on is. Like, what if I find out that I used 200 megabytes of Left 4 Dead 2 assets by accident? Yeah, there's an in-game timer underneath my my out-of-game timer. How do they stand like that? How do I fix that? Nice. I should make the CSS NPC dialogue have no subtitles. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if I have time to even add subtitles, I'm gonna be honest. But let me make a Trello card for that. That's important. Say, know what category to put this in. Captions. Add captions for CSS. Will be medium priority. Not high priority. Not low priority either. Ow. The airplane explode. Oh. Guys, I think the explosion is what causes the crash. Crazy? Okay, so let's try something different. Try just a very maybe cooked. Explosion is so massive the game crashed. Yeah, I don't know why it would do that. That's the silo explosion from episode 2, right? Let's say try that. Also, I want a few things. I want the explosion to fade to white instead of black. Why it does that? Try that. I also want a screen shake. Craft explosion. Amplitude. Global. Effect. I don't know if I should make it global and affect physics. Wait a minute. Uh, okay, I have a new idea. Um, maybe I'll put it like here and have it affect physics. Like it. I do want it to be global. Global because it should affect the player no matter what. Creation will. I feel like the sound isn't uh, loud enough. Is there a sound that played when the explosion happened? Kind of quiet. I don't even see airliner explosion. This. Apologies, that was way louder than I thought it would be. Still seems like not loud enough. Not loud enough in game, I should say. Loud, sorry. I feel like that's not loud enough. We're rolling with it. I don't know. I can't understand why that particle would crash. Do I just need a different particle? Or was that just a coincidence that the crash happened after the particle? I don't know. Something feels weird. Feels very weird. As far as the music goes, I think that went pretty well. I just want to cut Hunting Party in there too. We look up Hunting Party in Valve developer community. That one is song 27. Grabbed song 27. That in the music folder. This is Hunting Party. That's gonna be a split point right there. plans for that. That'll be my loop idea. I have a thought, Chris. Okay, so when the gunship comes in and destroys the airliner, I want to have a part where the soundtrack skips, like in the Tame Impala song. That would be kind of cool. All this song 27. But back to song. The snare is still reverbing at that point. Yeah, oh well. Grab this one right off the bat. Now, the weird part about this is that I'm not actually going to make this a different dynamic music script. I'm going to make this different mid sections in the same song as before. I'm going to transition between the tracks. Will all make sense eventually. Here, I'm going to add party. It's going to be a separate section. What I'm going to do is when this intro has to start, I'll say to set the midsection to this number, that'll be 2. Immediately after that, set it to 3 so that on it will. I don't know if this makes sense. Makes sense to me. Hunters start spawning. I'm going to track section. How long is that intro track? Like about 10 seconds? I'll say 7 seconds. Will be our A section, B. I want to probably further subdivide them within those, but that'll be a later problem. All of these tracks need to be split up into shorter stems, but don't worry about that for now. That momentum going. And we still need to write the sound scripts. Part. This is starting to make sense. You can stream Minecraft. Nobody's ever asked me to do that before. I probably could. I wouldn't know whether to play vanilla or modded. I'm not super interested in Minecraft. I did used to play it. Hi, Vizzies, welcome back. I think I'd be more interested at this point in either playing Hightail or playing very specific targeted mods for Minecraft. I don't know. I have to think about that. It would be fun to host a Minecraft server for people to play on. Not that I don't like Minecraft. It's just like I don't know. It's been so long since I played. I guess I could just play. Oh. You solved the crash? No. Well, I think it might be related to the particle. So right now we have the particle disabled and we're just kind of feeling it out still. I'm looking at the logic for the new music that I'm adding in right now. And seconds of glitch. I want to try out that dynamic music that I just added. I'm pretty happy with the work that I just did. I know I need to make the sections shorter because with these sections so long, the scripts to actually change the tracks might not work because the tracks will go on for like 30 seconds each. Too long for looping. I feel like this stream is going to be really confusing to watch because a lot of it is like I know in my head what I'm doing, but I don't really have the brain power to like explain my crazy thought process right now. Probably isn't how most people would solve this. I don't know. I hope the end result will be worth it. And I hope you guys aren't going crazy trying to watch this. This stream has definitely been more productivity focused than stream focused compared with other streams that I've done. And I'm honestly kind of happy with that, you know. I feel like not every if I'm doing a mapping stream, not every stream is going to be like a big event. Rather, I want to actually get some mapping done, and I feel like I've managed to do that today, so I'm pretty satisfied. Now we're just going to play through the whole map to test out all the dynamic music. Try it out. We'll also keep an eye out for crashes this time. Those crashes are really scaring me. They could kill the whole map, to be honest. Still haven't added music to the intro text crawl. Skip the text crawl. Stuck? Okay. Maybe I should decrease the timing between these. Has anybody thought of a good airplane-related pun yet? Like something to do with a layover? The last layover, over 7-hour layover. I don't know. I'm workshopping it. 7-hour flight delay. flush with the ground? I think it's not. That's embarrassing. Maybe I'll go looting a little bit. Protagonist is Spencer Packet. Yeah, that's canon. I don't know. I think he's like a little better looking than this guy. Probably a little younger. See. The music just stopped. Realized I think I need to turn the like, the music can't go up any higher. Okay. See if I can get it to go to the non-combat part. Okay, now it's switching to the hunter track. Hunting party. Ooh, wait, that looks bad. Okay, that looks very bad. It looks like it's considering that track to be like really short, so it's skipping it. That's a sign that it probably can't find that audio file. Oh. Find that. Like, these are missing. Why is it? Where, right? Oh. Spell it wrong? I did. I totally spelled it wrong. Okay. Forgot the word loop. Okay, I messed up. Oh. Which part should work? It's going to be quiet until the timer goes down to 50 seconds, and then we should hear a different track play. Add something to the Trello board real quick. Reload syndrome, yeah. Asset. Soldier uses wrong. Wrong idle animation. That's a little bit higher than medium priority, I think, because it definitely looks wrong. Like it bothers someone. I should increase the captions high too. Didn't seem like that switched to the glitch track. Yeah, so the surrender just happens, so now the hunters are friendly. Now we get the fade out. Didn't crash. That's a good sign. Maybe it really was the particle system. I should probably have the timer disabled during the credits. There we go. Okay, so that actually went all the way to the end. That's good. I made that minor spelling mistake that threw everything off. I also I think the music is too quiet. Increase the volume of all of these tracks to 1.0. Because music is such an important part of this challenge. I think if the music overpowers the gameplay a little bit, that's not really the world. I'm changing my mind. For Eon Trap, I'm going to leave it at 0.5. For Abandoned in Place and Hunting Party, I want it to be no. I think that seems fair. Why didn't the track Oh, because it waits 67. Okay. Uh, like if I go back and save, right? Where did my arms go? Chat, my arms are gone. Oh no. At base 8 bug report. No. Okay, my arms are back. Well, I didn't like that at all. I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't a big fan of that. I'm gonna ignore that for now, also. If I go, Int Fire, Eon Trap Music, Quotable, up. I'm gonna transition out. I play abandoned place music. Hurt. If I do let's see what this does. I also need to add an infinite ammo crate so that the player doesn't get soft locked here. This is the glitch part. The stutter at the end is kind of annoying instead of sounding cool, but I do like the effect. I think that's gonna work as long as I don't overplay it for too long. And at the end, it'll go back to this. Okay. This table in particular, that to scale, probably like 5 for this. Oh, the Hound Eye to just smack into it and send it flying. Share. Yeah, I can add a zombie. Be a perfect place for a slumped zombie, but I don't have much time for scripting stuff. Throw in just a regular zombie. Just a head crab, maybe. Torso. That's this torso is gonna start a player will wake it when it gets Starting to feel more confident in this map. I wish the zombies were like a custom model, not the standard Half-Life 2 zombies. But I don't have a lot of time, so it is what it is. Ragdoll. Adding some more zombies over here. I think NPCs sleep in this map a lot more than I usually. Crab should crawl out of the toilet. That'd be a cool animation. Like how the head crabs are always like crawling on and around things in Half-Life Alyx. Okay, I do it. Dynamic enemy spawns. I don't know. Should I retest the music first? I feel like I have more work to do on that music. Try the music one more time. On some of this. I'll try to wrap up stream. Gosh, how long do you guys think I should stream for? I could try to wrap it up cleanly at midnight, or I could go a little bit later. I guess, there's plenty more to do. Is there anyone that I desperately want to raid? Nope. A few people I could raid, but nobody who I'm like dying to raid. Yeah, let's test it out one more time. I feel like I'm doing a lot more testing than I should on this wrapping stream, but that's okay. How it is sometimes. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to place the infinite ammo. Prevent the soft lock. The way I want to resolve this, because I don't want the player to get infinite ammo right away, but I also don't want you to get soft locked. I want to just make the infinite ammo kind of like out of the way. Make it kind of hard to get to. Um, and abuse it, but you'll have to return to this area. This should be ammo for the E228, which is weird because it uses like a kind of a proprietary ammo, right? Called I think 57 Sig. Wait, do we not actually have? Ooh, I don't know if we can actually do that. From what I remember, ammo type is enumerated, not a text field. Oh shoot. We might need to make it either infinitely respawning like item drops, or we might need to make it which I've done that before with VScript. I think Blix wrote a VScript for. Or like have infinite revolver ammo, but that seems kind of overpowered. Could do okay, here's what I'm gonna do. The infinite pistol ammo. You're gonna get the MP5 early. That seems fair. Get the infinite pistol ammo. P5. Put some military crates around. Supplies in here. You have like a gun case out here with an MP5 on it. That'd be kind of, yeah, like one of the guys. Haven't had anything spawning in from portals yet. Would be a great time to break out the portals to have a bunch of hound eyes like spawn in once you pick up the MP5. This tool is not an exact science. Uh, whoa, 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 oh, oh. Yeah, exactly what I intended to do. Put a radio on one of those crates to make it look like that was just a little space where the military was operating a checkpoint or something. I was gonna put a body over there, but it's like, do I need a dead body everywhere for environmental storytelling? Like, can there ever be environmental storytelling without a dead guy? I rely too much on characters dying. Any physics tool, yeah. I could have like an APC outside. That'd be kind of cool. No, no, no. One of the Jeeps, because I have a Jeep over here. Might as well reuse that model if the game is already pre-caching it. If I already have to include it in the, then I'll get more use out of it. Here. Here in case you. Now you're no longer soft locked. I'll have a bunch of hound eyes spawn in when you pick. You guys will have long visibility on so they can see far away. What? It's a very hound eye heavy map. I'm kind of happy with that because I've given bull squids a lot of attention in my maps, but I haven't really worked with hound eyes before. Much needed. Also, attack. All right, let's try this. I also want to test out that music. I'm becoming happy with this map. It's not perfect. It's not really what I wanted, but it is what it is. I'm glad I made this. I should definitely stop drinking caffeine now. It's like midnight. Try it out. Get past this with host timescale. AL10. You're gonna change the frequency of the guitar sound playing. I thought about yeah, adding in some of the crowbar sounds, but I don't know if I will. It might just be annoying. Because you won't use it that often, honestly. This guy's appeared way too quickly. For dead corpse are floating. It might be. It's like maybe 1 unit off. Yeah, those are definitely 1 unit up. I might as well fix it. The menu is backwards. Not sure if I'm gonna be able to. I mean, I can collapse the instance. You know, there's nothing stopping the player from just returning to spawn. I just thought of that. You could just hide in the room where you started. Nothing would change. This way I could turn the game volume down and turn the music up. I need to change some of the sound settings in sound script. I already set the volume up to 1.0 and that's not enough. Zen barricades aren't a bad idea because you could teleport those in without it not making sense to the player. Or fire. Since there's already a fire, you just block the player's path with a fire. Let's do that. I like that idea. I need to add more explosives for the bonus challenge, I just realized. I should make the guitar do more damage, to be honest. The glitch track didn't play because the mid track that's playing right now is too long. That's interesting. The surrender happened. I need to have some kind of audio that plays that tells you that the surrender is happening. No, I don't think the surrender really worked like that, where it was a complete stand down of all of the Combine and they stopped attacking people. It was probably more, I don't know, more realistic than that, but that works well for the story of this map. I'm not going for complete realism. I want to do. There's so many things, so many different directions we could take this, right? I think this is the most important thing, the dynamic enemy spawns. I think the problem with the current music is that it needs to be split into smaller stems. Because without the fire, I should add the fire, actually. That right now. Once fire starts behind the player, that blocks press. Blocks return, I'll say. You could say you need something to stop the player from shooting the soldiers. I could record a voice line, but then like the voice wouldn't match, right? Because if one of the soldiers talks and it's my voice, then that's not the same as their response system lines. I mean, it's not the end of the world. There might be something even easier, like there might be an existing citizen line where we can have one of the citizens say, "Hey, over here," or something like that. I think I'm more interested in that because anything that I can do quickly is going to be better. I'm usually not opposed to doing custom voice acting. I like voice acting a lot, but I just think for this challenge, there's so little time. Yeah, he dies the moment after. That's funny. Kind of like my my EZU episode 2 character. fire I can do. I think I need to make a card for Theo split stems into smaller stems. And that's really important because it's basically the glitch part doesn't work right now with the way the stems are set up. Do some more autosaves. I think I missed those. The problem with the fire is that I have the hound eyes spawning. That way I can have the fire go up to right behind the check-in. That'll make sense. Trigger for safety, I'll make the trigger not affect hound eye. Affect the player. Wish zombies had some kind of custom retexture to fit the aesthetic. Yeah, I completely agree. I was thinking the same thing, but there's not enough time for me to be able to do that. Unless there's like a pre-made asset that Map Labs has that maybe. This is so easy. Just set it on fire. I like the Zen growth idea, but this is like simpler. Simple is good because we don't have much time. Now I also need to make sure that that relay doesn't fire while the player is still on the other side of this barrier because that would soft lock you. I want to make it tied to a trigger instead of tied to a zombie. Kind of random. I want the player to have to basically stand in the boarding area, start the holdout. I think that will require an NPC to say like, "Hey, come over here," kind of deal. Otherwise, it won't make sense. Music. I feel myself starting to wind down, so I think I'm going to call it at 1. I think that seems fair. I got a lot done on this stream, so I'm pretty happy with myself. Still not enough to submit yet, but I've got just a couple more days. The scene browser. Choreographed scene. What scenes do I have available for citizens?
Take care of the citizens, Gordon. Defend the citizens. Keep them safe. Take care of the citizens, Gordon.
What the hell is that? I blame Odessa. I hate bugs. Come on, people! Get aboard! Haul ass! Get on here! Get in, quick!
That could almost work.
Great shot, Doc! Come on, get off the street! Hey, over here!
I think I'm going to start with hey over here. Hey over here scene. Can I target a class name instead of a... I've never actually done that before. I've always had every scene target like a specific NPC. Let's give it a shot. I think this should be basically when any of these NPCs see the player. Player is like here-ish. Player gets here, one of the citizens at random is going to say, hey, over here. And I want to have more scenes where they tell the player specifically over.
Hey, over here!
I hope you said your farewell.
Just be glad you don't live there. Follow me! Right through here. Hey, an extra pair of hands.
Kind of works.
Right through here. Hey, an extra pair of hands.
You know what?
Hey,
I'm gonna do this one. I'm gonna have a pair of hands. Maybe that'll just be a different trigger as you get closer. Every time you get a little closer, they'll say more and more lines to you. Sooner can start with Breen saying something. Oh yeah, I don't know if there's any green lines that we can reuse for that, because that would be very specific. Green only has like all of his lines are pretty targeted.
It has come to my attention. It has come to.
I don't like how that was stereo.
We now have direct confirmation of a disruptor. Let me read a.
Dad!
It's Dr. Breen.
Welcome. Welcome to. I'd like to take a moment to.
Anyways, here?
Hey!
I already had it over here. But like defend?
You're supposed to protect.
Defend the citizen.
We are under attack. You're supposed to protect. How about a little help here, Freeman? Never thought I'd be happy to see those trains again. Make for the train! We gotta get out of here!
Gotta get out of here is good. This one I'll just have, like, after this scene is done. Start that. Instead of enemies just coming after surrender, maybe you could have citizens look at each other and say voice lines. I like to use Combine Overwiki that lists all the voice lines, unlike VDC. I do like that on the Combine Overwiki. Combine Overwiki seems like... Okay, now it's working. It wasn't working earlier. Yeah, I don't think there's any lines that can be reused like that. Yeah, there's not much. Not without like editing a lot of lines or splicing things together, which I'm not gonna do. No time for that. I think even just some idle chatter among the citizens will help. I'm still thinking about having this a surrender speech, making it a little bit goofy. I add autosaves to the set. Autosave should be here. Saves. Like I need more enemy variety during that holdout section. As it is, it's pretty sparse. I'm gonna bump the number of hound eyes. There's gonna be lots of hound eyes, like just like a swarm of them. Never seen that before. There's a few more citizen lines I can use.
We can hold them off.
Hey, an extra pair of hands. Right through here. Right through here. Follow me. Follow me.
Don't let them get line of sight.
Alert.
Gordon, how you doing? Gordon, how you doing? More of them coming.
Right through here.
I think it's good the way it is for now. One thing I thought about doing was adding more like response lines that are specific for the situation for the soldiers. I noticed they have some lines in Counter-Strike that could work in this context, like you can say things like
Storm the front. Stick together, team.
stick together, team.
Hostage down.
Hostage down would be a great thing to say when one of the citizens dies. Like if a citizen dies, they'll be like, hostage down.
Hostages are being rescued.
Hostages are being rescued is another good one.
Cover me. Need backup. Counter-terrorists win. Taking fire. Need to follow me. Okay, let's go. Protect the VIP, team.
That's another good one.
The hostage has been rescued.
I don't know if that's worth it or not. Maybe I'll make a card for it. That'll be low priority. If I was going to start the dynamic enemy spawning script right now, how would I want to do that? Because my idea was to base it on the way it worked in The Good Shepherd, which was another map that I made. I don't know if I want to start that now. Like, that'll be kind of a lot. We can try it. I know I'm not going to start working on the stems on stream yet. I think I'm running out of steam. The one thing that I need to do, I need to actually grab the scripts from The Good Shepherd. It's from Crossfire. Here's my scripts. I have the script called The Director. I'm actually very proud of this script. This was something that I wrote for The Good Shepherd where the whole map is like event driven in VScript. If I had more time, I would have probably used this same script for this map. I think it would have worked really well for this map. But unfortunately, that's not really that's not really how things shook out. I have this whole event-driven system in The Good Shepherd, which I really, really liked, but I don't think I have time to repurpose it. Ooh, it already has that stress function. Maybe I will repurpose it, actually. Okay. Oh man, I forgot that I had already written all this code. I should have used the script earlier. Yeah, I don't have time to implement this now, but I'm kind of wishing I would have started with this script. Been a good way to do this. Enemy spawns dot nut. Most of this I'm not going to use. Most of this stuff I'm not gonna be using. This is such a cool script. Chat, why haven't I used this script since The Good Shepherd? I'm really proud of myself for writing this. A lot of this I probably had help with from Blix. Oh, I can dynamically spawn citizens to save too. Why didn't I just take this script and then make the whole map or oh my goodness. Chat, what am I doing? Because basically, I want to make this a lot simpler because we don't have time to implement the entire director script. What I want to do instead is probably just use this function, basically. The spawn headcrabs function. And I'll just take the, oh, I see. It takes a, director. Okay. But basically, I want to boil it down to just spawning NPCs and just checking if the player is stressed. Nothing super complicated. This. When did I write this? How did I have time to write this? going to start taking functions that I need. I know I have to simplify this. I'm not going to be able to do all of this work. I'm going to take some of the functions that I need and make a simpler version. Stress function is just going to be player health and time last spawn. This is... I'm sorry, I'm kind of just floored by how much is here. Where it loops over the events. Got the entire event handling system here. I think this might work. Text highlighting for oral, so I don't have commenting either. Sorry, I haven't been explaining myself very well during this part. It's very difficult for me to vocalize what I'm thinking about right now. Okay. Let's try that. So this will spawn head crabs when the player has enough health and ammo, and it hasn't spawned a head crab recently enough. And enemies. And I think once the player opens this door, this safe room door, that's when I will enable enemy spawns. Let's see how that works. I really wish I would have looked at that script sooner. I'm really kicking myself. If I had designed the map with that script in mind, I think I could have taken a lot of shortcuts and had a really dynamic map. I want to make another map with that script. This map was supposed to be that experiment of making another map with that script, but I just never got to the step of actually designing the logic for it. We listened to copyrighted music. Black Mesa sound. Never mind, we're gonna test. And that sound is just horrible. The Zen enemy spawn script isn't logging anything yet. Fire spawns. Like that didn't work. Oh, dynamic music thing. Bad. I need it to be director thing. I can set that in game. That I think. Try it again. Yeah, 100. Thing. Yeah, clearly the enemy spawn script is full. Fix does not exist. On. Oh, hey, you're still alive. Yeah, of course. I'm mapping. I probably won't be live for much longer because it is getting pretty late now that you mention it. We're making a lot of progress today. Working on a script to spawn enemies dynamically. Fix input. Here. Bro's locked in on the map and I respect it. Yeah, I've been kind of insecure today that my stream might not be very entertaining because I'm kind of just mumbling to myself incoherently, which is what I do when I work on stuff like this. But I worry that that might not be a very entertaining thing to see on a stream because this must be totally incomprehensible. I'm not very good at explaining myself like in the moment when I'm just sort of trying different things. Failed to compile and execute script. Not a good sign, actually. Not a big fan of that. I get the path wrong, perhaps? Found, okay. Getting some. Path was right all along. Error line 108, column 22. Let's check. Line 108. Oh, wait, that seems syntax error. That happened. Goof something up. Try that again. Doesn't seem like that worked. Oh, an error has occurred. Last supply drop time does not exist. I removed that variable, so I must have made a mistake. Ah, here it is. Okay. So, another simple mistake. I reference this variable called player area. Any new additions to the map? Yeah. Not many like new areas, but we added some new scenes that you might find exciting. At the beginning of the map, you can find an MP5 by some military stuff, and if you grab it, then some hound eyes will attack you. That's kind of cool. Then there's this new sequence where you have to blow up these barrels to proceed. And then there's a bunch of zombies scattered around. We made it so the hound eyes can like run through these rooms and nothing will stop them. They'll run right through these tables, which is kind of entertaining. Then there's new dynamic music in the finale. Generally, we're just like tightening things up, making it all work, getting it to function the way it's supposed to. Print line. Try that again. Donuts, can you think of a good airline related pun for this map's name? I want to call it like the layover, or like 7-hour layover, or like delayed by 7 hours, or like flight delayed, delayed flight, flight rebook. I don't know. I'm workshopping it. I'm not settling on a good name. Where do those... Oh, my goodness. What? What just oh, no. Oh, they're everywhere. Oh, no, there's more of them. Oh, guys, help. Chat, help. Chat. There's so many. No. The game won't stop spawning head crabs. Too many head crabs. Oh, there's so many of them. Archer in 7 hours, yeah. They will be in... Oh, okay. It's a lot of head crabs. Okay, so I didn't realize that the stress number could go negative when I was doing my calculation. I think I made a slight error. I'm surprised Source Engine can handle that many head crabs. That looks like about 100. One was up in the roof. Okay. The stress numbers can be negative. Okay. Say, I mean if the stress numbers are negative. Okay, wait. So what is the actual stress function? I had to butcher it from what it was in the original map that I made called the Good Shepherd, where I had this very elaborate stress score function. I cut it down to just the player's health. So max 100, minimum 0, right? Minus 50. So then it's either going to be from negative 50 to positive 50. Plus the ammo score. The ammo score is literally just a count of all of your ammo. So that's 0 at the start. Could go up to several hundred. So right now we're at negative 50 to 50, right? And if your ammo is empty, it subtracts 100. Which is probably why the score was so low, actually. Then it's like negative 150 to 50. And it adds 2 times time since the last spawn. The last spawn initializes to 0. So that's actually bad. Wait. That's not good. Okay. Oh no, it'll be 0. Okay, it'll be 0 because there was never a spawn. Okay, so it's from negative 150 to 50. And higher numbers mean that you're less stressed, which is not what I would have thought that would have been. Higher numbers mean you have more health and more ammo. Probably I want to spawn a head crab if you're above 50 maximum. Probably you want to spawn a head crab if you're like I don't understand because this says that score increases with time since last spawn. Doesn't make any sense, actually. This math is totally wonky. What was I thinking when I made the Good Shepherd? You use my name suggestion and you can put my username in the credits. Is your suggestion 500 hours? Because I don't think I'm going to call it that. 500s. Departure in 7 hours? Maybe. I'll consider it. This makes more sense. Like just flipping signs in equations randomly, but this way, if your score is above 100, then it will on a head crab. If it's above 50. Try it. Okay. Try that again. Player stress score is currently negative 135. Grab some health. Now it's up to 85. Also, this prop I just placed in the map because I wanted to use it somewhere and I never found a use for it. I should probably remove that. Oh, I should make it so that these hound eyes can like jump up on this platform. That'd be super cool. Think about that. $500 head crabs. Yeah. Take a brief detour to see if I can get hound eyes to jump. That would be. I don't know if that's gonna work. Try it anyways, though. Little end of this flame carousel. Add an NPC clip ramp. You're so right, Vizzies, actually. Yeah. I'll just make it really simple on myself here. Only have it on the sides. I know the front. Right here. Alright, I still kind of want them to use the jump if possible, but we'll see. Too steep. I will try something different. Clock is ticking. Where the player can't just like jump up on the carousel and if this works. And oh, guys can jump. Probably don't have jumping animations, but even if they just sort of like float up in the air, I'll be happy, honestly. Okay, what was I actually trying to do? Oh, I was trying to see why does the head crab spawn function not event stress. Oh, I used the wrong variable. Isn't even used. Okay. Try that again. Going to be an ad starting soon. I might, while it compiles, just quick step away, and I will be right back. Sorry about that. Back. That's departure for gate 7. Now boarding at gate 7. Ooh. I'd almost say gate 17 for city 17, even though that doesn't make sense because this isn't 17. I do kind of think 7-hour layover still kind of works. Or actually put the airline names over the... Oh well. There's a head crab. Oh, the head crabs are multiplying. What happened? Why are the head crabs? Okay. Wait, I think I did my math backwards. Too many head crabs. Player health 50, so it's 50 to 50. Their ammo. Plus the number of times plus the times since the last one. Because then it goes up over time. Starts at 0 and then increase. That kind of makes sense. That doesn't make sense. What stops it from spawning again? Stops it from spawning twice in a row. Already spawns. Doesn't really make sense, does it? I think that's what the -50 term is for. So it starts negative to go higher for it to actually spawn again. If you always needed that last spawn term for it to count, kind of makes sense why it wouldn't go like multiple times. 7-hour layover. I think that's going to be the name. Seven-hour layover or departure in 7 hours. Okay, so always subtract 200. If you have 100 health and like 100 ammo across all your guns, not enough to spawn a head crab. Then the score will increase as the time increases, multiplied by 2. That kind of makes sense to me. Peak names. I'm glad you think so. is always going to cause like a cascade of spawns. So I think I need to have a minimum spawn time. Yeah, this is no matter what I set this term to. So you can only spawn one head crab every. Makes sense to me. That spawn a head crab? I think it did. Oh, that jumped. They jumped. See that?
Greetings!
Greetings. Hey, Meneth. Welcome. I appreciate it, Meneth. Thanks for the healing. So Meneth, right now I'm adding a script that will spawn in new enemies when the player has too much supplies. So it's going to be a head crab that spawns every 30 seconds if you have more than a certain amount of health and ammo. I think is okay. Are you able to fix visual glitch for P228? What are you talking about? You mean the view model, like the hand? Yeah? No. I'm not able to. I could pick a different hand for it. I think that's the best I could do. This hand does seem a little bit messed up. This is supposed to be the Dr. Breen hand. That head grab. There it is. Oh. The thing I notice is that when the head grab spawns, it seems like it always knows what it is. I actually don't want that because I want the player to have some kind of respite. I think I'm also going to increase the amount of time, maybe every 1 minute, which is pretty generous. I mean, spawning only one head grab every 1 minute seems. I poof again, job time. Oh, sorry, Meneth. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate seeing you. Map is going pretty well. Hopefully you'll get to see the finished product. Yeah, always appreciate seeing you in stream chat. If you had one of the stalls had feet peeking out of the gap when you opened it, it's just a pair of legs sitting on the toilet. I really like that idea. A lot of head grabs. Yeah, I will do that. Careful. Put it in. Bathroom. Physics tool might not cooperate with me. I think it will. I don't know. So ridiculous. Hide that. That's about as good as. Make sure it's not saved to the bathrooms. There we go. How that looks. What else was? Oh, What if the stress has to be 50 for a head crab? Stress is 150. Now remember, stress is actually a misnomer. It's the opposite of stress. And it actually spawns a hound eye. Try it. Hey, Gildon. Surprised you're still streaming at this time. Yeah, it's like 1:30 in the morning. I'm trying desperately to get my bonus map done. That's why I'm still streaming. I am map labbing. I'm map labbing it. Two PM for me. Oh, that's a crazy time difference. Have this is a bonus map? Yeah, we're past the actual submission time. Too late. What other Zen aliens should I spawn besides just head crabs and hound eyes? I think we're at just head crabs and hound eyes. Obviously, there's no bull squids in the. I mean, I guess we could do an antlion, but that just would feel out of place to me. I don't feel like antlions fit here. We could do a poison head crab. I mean, different people have different opinions about whether or not poison head crabs existed. Point in the timeline. Yeah, I think just hound eyes and head crabs is fine. If this was easy too, we'd have a lot more Zen aliens to choose from. What enemy sees me right now? Okay, you guys do. Just testing the dynamic music to see if it goes back down to not combat state. I didn't even realize that the mirror gives him away. It's funny. NPCs just spawned somewhere. Don't know where they spawned. Actually, really curious. Report maps are the only maps that can use TSA agent with a smashed in skull model without looking out of place, since it's literally made for dead air. You're right. You're completely right. Finally, there's a use for it. I thought this was... Is that not the bathroom where we... Oh. You know, you should have a map where you can use a mirror to peek a corner and see enemies approaching. That'd be really cool. If you can do a slam against the wall looking at the mirror, that's such a good idea. I'm noticing that my stress scores are a lot of times above 200. I think I'm actually going to buff these, so it has to be above 200 for a hound eye. Yep, that's or head grab. Okay, 3. Find actor named Target 1. Uh-oh, I think I set up these. Target 1, I used a class name. I don't think you can actually use a class name in a choreographed scene. My bad. Oh.
We gotta get out of here!
Kinda looks like that guy is shooting at me. I don't want him to think that I don't want players to think that he is. Last 10 scene. No, thank you. Ooh. Can't wait to play this map once it comes out. Oh, thank you. It means a lot to me. I'm sure that the other maps will be very fun. I'm looking forward to playing them all when they come out. I think I'm enjoying playing the map too much. Like, guys, wasn't I supposed to be working on the map? What am I doing in-game? Just, like, shooting at enemies. This isn't productive. I'm just really enjoying this. I'm actually proud of what I made. I didn't think this map was going to turn out, but I'm happy with the way it turned out. That lady in the teal shirt going head-on with a revolver was crazy. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this turned out. I wish I had more time to work on it, because just think about what we could have done. I need the citizens to react to the, to the airplane getting blown up. That would, I think, make more sense. Okay. There's a lot of stuff I gotta do. Let's get to the Trello board. So one thing I need to do is I need to name the map. It's not gonna be called airport. It's gonna be called 7-hour layover. Departure in 7 hours. Call it the 7-hour. What else do I have to do? Okay, wait. So this is in testing. Oh, you know what? I forgot to test something really important. Forgot to test that fire. I was so preoccupied with like just playing the game, I didn't test the fire. Okay, that was ridiculous. That's why we test. Just test it. You say something is going to work a certain way, verify that it works the way that you said it would, and test edge cases too. What if you do something different? What if you walk through the fire? You're allowed to walk through the fire. One thing I noticed in that base 8 regarding choreo sentences, which also reported Blix about, they won't play if the game's language is set other than English. Oh no. Oh goodness. Is that for real? That's horrible. I'm sorry. Those kinds of bugs are just terrifying. Like, I'm sure it's something relatively simple, but like, maybe not. Maybe that's something complicated. I don't know. But it's just like, that's such an awful bug report to receive. It's testing edge cases, you know? It's like, since I play the game in English, I never think to test any language other than English, which is bad. We'll stay in. What else do I want? I want citizens to react to the plane being destroyed. Citizens should react. Plane destruction. That plane destruction is just not obvious enough to the player. I think high priority. Player must notice the plane destruction. It's kind of like the crux of the whole map, and right now it's not working correctly. That's not good. Don't like that. I think this list is pretty looking. I want to get all this stuff done by well, by Sunday. Let's see, 1 day, 20 hours. Is that right? That seems like that's not the correct time. Should be Sunday at 10 p.m. 20 hours from now would be like Friday evening. And 1 day. Yeah, okay, and then oh. That's Saturday evening. Saturday or Sunday that way. He just sent me an asset. Who is that? I have streamer mode enabled. Their name starts with a C. Is that Captain Haxray? Is that you, Gildan? Do you have a display name that starts with a C? Guitar sounds. Can you take blunt melee sounds? It's so low priority. I just have to cross that off my list. That's something I've learned to do when you don't have time. It's like you got to focus on the things that'll make a difference. Oh, is Cheese Dreamer? Wow. Oh, thank you, Cheese Dreamer. I appreciate that. In fact, I do think that I will use that skin you made because I think it will help the map a lot to have custom zombies. But yeah, the guitar, I don't mind it. I think it's okay. The Gorded voice lines have good reactions. So much for our last hope. You know what? I'm actually gonna do that right now. That's a really good shout out. I should make sure that each citizen has a reaction in case a bunch of them are dead or all of them are dead.
Now what? And things were going so well.
Going so well.
Don't tell me. Oh, God. Oh, no.
All of these are perfect, actually.
He's dead.
Dead.
Somebody take his crowbar. I'm gonna be sick. He's done this before. He'll be okay.
I should do, like, actually almost every single one of these.
Now what? Now what? Now what?
I want to change the order of these because it makes more sense to say now what, like, later on.
And things were going so well. Don't tell me. Oh, God.
That's the number.
Oh, no. Please. Oh, no.
That would work good as an initial reaction, actually. I'm going to change this, actually. So, no.
Oh, no.
This should be an initial reaction. Will be Survivor 2. No. Maybe it'll transition into another line where they'll say, like, now what? Something like that.
Oh, no.
No.
Now what? And things were going so well.
It'll all be from one citizen.
Oh, God.
Can also be an immediate reaction. So the citizens. That citizen? I think these ones would be.
Oh, God. Please. Please.
Good initial. I should stagger these so that they're not all playing at the same time. This one.
If you dare say that's gotta hurt. Should we bury him here? I had a feeling even he couldn't. Spread the word. What's the use? What's the use?
That one is that guy. I especially like the "I'm gonna be sick" voice line. I'm gonna make sure to use that one. Yakuza Kiwami 3 released recently, and why did they have to rewrite the ending? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about Yakuza. Oh, I've seen some of the memes. Popular series.
What's the point?
That will be first line they'll
Please.
I feel like this should be done with the response system. As I'm like copying and pasting 100 scenes. Wait a minute, isn't there like a scripting language for this? Wait a minute.
Why go on?
I feel like these lines are gonna thematically suit the map really well.
We're done for.
Or is really good. Which citizen? That guy. Find wherever his last. Characters are going to be really chatty. Although, if any of them are dead, then it kind of makes sense that there's like redundancy built.
Well, now what?
Well, now
Dibs on
what?
the suit? Wait a second. He's done this before. I'm gonna be sick. Somebody take his crow. I'm gonna be sick.
Which one gets to say I'm going to be sick? I think it might be. Okay. A lot of dialogue. So hopefully the citizens survive long enough, and then you'll hear them chattering. Still seems like the explosion itself isn't loud and isn't big enough. Like the screen shake didn't even do anything. Why was the there's this. There's the start shake. Shake is too subtle. This shake needs to be like longer and powerful. Let's say the shake it lasts for 6 seconds. Frequency is going to be like 1, and amplitude is going to also add to the Trello. Set implement zombie skin from Cheese Dreamer. Important. And it's almost 2 in the morning. What do you guys think about Hightail? You want to raid a streamer playing Hightail? I know there's only 3 of us in chat, but I think it's good. Still good to show support. I have a lot of work ahead of me, but I think I should do the rest off stream, and then that will give me enough to come back to on Saturday to wrap up. One more thing I want to check, just to make sure. Is it really Saturday or Sunday that I have to submit? The 16th of February at 3 a.m. UTC. 8 a.m. UTC. So that would be PM on the 15th, right? I'm locked into watching the mapping. Ah, I'm sorry, no more mapping for tonight. I'm gonna pass out. I'll do a little bit more off stream, but I can't really keep this up much longer. This has been a really long stream. I feel like my timer isn't making sense to me. Did I just put it for the wrong day? Oh, I did. I said February 15 at 3 a.m. UTC. It should be February 16. Well, yeah, some of the citizens are female. Not all of them are the male citizen. Yeah, my countdown timer is actually wrong. Oh, that's embarrassing. Very silly. It should actually be 16th at 3 a.m. UTC. Copy this. This entire stream I've had the wrong countdown up. That's embarrassing. Gonna mess up my whole VOD. Okay, so there's actually 1 extra day. I feel a lot better with that extra day. Makes a big difference. Yeah, I think we're gonna make this happen, chat. I think we have a chance. Oh. What was that? Wait, did that hit the right spot? I didn't quite see it. I think we're gonna make it. But thank you everyone for watching tonight. It's been a fun stream. I'm looking forward to streaming again on Saturday. Saturday will be a very limited time stream because, of course, it's Valentine's Day, so I have plans in the evening. But we're gonna map for a couple hours, hopefully knock out a few of these issues off of the Trello board, and get me into a place where I can submit on Sunday. Really excited now. I'm shocked that this map came together. This map was kind of a mess, but it was a beautiful mess, and thank you for being part of it. I don't think I would have done it without you guys. Peak map. Oh, thank you. Suggesting stuff was fun. I'm glad. I'm really glad that you enjoyed that, and I like this format. I want to keep doing streams like this. So hopefully we'll be able to do more in the future. For now, while I still have your attention, I should raid out. So I believe I will be raiding. Let's see. Streaming. Let's raid. Let's raid Lalafia Hortensia playing Hightail, the Minecraft-esque game. I think that'll be nice. So give her your attention, and otherwise, I'll see you guys on Saturday. Happy Valentine's Day. Goodbye. Bye.